Powerlifting is a sport composed by three main disciplines called lifts. They are, in order, squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. Each athlete has 3 attempts with 1 minute per attempt
to start the lift.
There are 3 referees, and each of them give a white light in case of a good lift and a red light in case of a no lift.
The athletes are separated per weight, age and sex category. The sum of each of the best attempts per lift builds the total, and the athlete with the bigger total is the winner. In case of a draw, the lighter lifter wins.
The squat is the first movement of the competition. On that lift, the use of the legs and the back is extremely important. Once the athlete stands erect with his knees locked and the bar on his back, the central referee gives the squat command. The lifter then bends his knees and lowers his body until the top surface of the legs at the hip joint are lower than the top surface of his knees. He then comes back up, locking his knees and hips in order to complete the lift. The central referee will then give the rack command, and the athlete has to put the bar on the squat rack. There are 3 main mistakes to avoid in order to not have a no lift on the squat. First, if the athlete isn't standing erect with his knees locked at the beginning and at the end of the squat event. Second, if the proper competition depth isn't reached at the bottom of the movement. Third, if the athlete doesn't complete the lift with a single upward movement, meaning if the bar goes down during the ascent of the movement.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. I'm Amelia Potter, and this afternoon for you we have the 76 kilo Sub-Junior and Junior women. The first flight we see here will be the Sub-Junior women, followed by one whole flight of the Junior women. So it should be a nice, quick session. And we are in for some big fights. There are some huge opening squat attempts in both Sub-Junior and the Junior flight. Both getting very near the respective records. So it's going to be an exciting afternoon. So make sure you stick around. So far this morning, we saw the 69 kilo category, and we saw Samantha Eugenia of France walk away the Junior World Champion. Now we will find out who walks away the 76 kilo Sub-Junior and Junior World Champions. Kicking us off, we have Annika Justin of India with 95 kilos. Wow, lovely and deep from Annika. And that is a good lift. It's such a delight each year to see more and more of those new SBD singlets for each of the countries. Always exciting to see what they may look like. You have Daniela Vadrina of Czechia, 100 kilos. And that looked nice and easy. Three white lights, a good lift.
'Hajimara, followed by Vandermeer.
We have Adele Yongyosi of Hungary, opening on 112.5 kilos. And that looked nice and easy for Adele. Three white lights, a good lift, and just 2.5 kilos shy of her current best squats.
Adel Yoyoshi now moving to Kakato Hagiwara from Japan. 115 kilograms here. 17 years young, 1 year competing. The bar is loaded for the Japanese veterans with the 130 kilograms.
115 kilos for Takakako Hagiwara of Japan. Takako is currently 15 kilos below her current best. There's 14 seconds to get the squat command. Plenty of time. Gets it this time round with seconds to spare. And it's a nice, easy weight for her. Three white lights, a good lift for Takako Hagiwara.
South Africa, the bar is loaded. 132.5 kilograms on the bar. For the South African athlete, 17 years young, 2 year competing with a personal best.
122.5 kilos for Rochelle van der Merwe of South Africa.
Next will be Kang, followed by Lahova.
And that is a good lift for Rochelle.
Rochelle van der Merwe from South Africa. Now we are moving to Yaneli Khan from
This is exactly how we want to see moving the opening attempts. Nice and easy, a weight that if you need to hold it or retake it for any reason,
5 kilograms, the personal
you
best
will
in
be
squats.
able to.
Next will be Blahova, followed by Jevgen.
We have Yaneli Kang of Estonia, 125 kilos. Just putting her wrist straps on at the door there. The only thing you can adjust on the platform is your belt. Here she comes and she has plenty of time. 20 seconds to get the start command. And as I mentioned before, this is exactly why your opening attempt should be something easy. So if you don't have too much time to prepare, it doesn't phase you too much. And it was exactly that, a good lift. And once they get the start command, they can take a little bit more time then to brace and to start their descent.
18 years young, 1 year competing for the Czech Republic athlete. Then Jurgen, followed by Josiah.
We have Katarina Blahova of Czechia opening on 130 kilos, just 2.5 kilos below her current squat PB. And it looks like it won't be her PB for long.
The bar is loaded for Jerka and Amelia from the United States.
And we're just waiting for... There we go. 3 white lights, a good lift for Katarina. Whilst Amelia Gherkin of the United States waits now. Amelia Gherkin, 130 kilos for her opening attempt.
Next will be Yozviak followed by Sadler Barker.
Lovely looking opener from Amelia. And again, just waiting for the lights here for Amelia. And it is a good lift. It does say a red light there, but I think I saw the referee saying they didn't mean to press the red. So I think she gets 3 white lights there. She doesn't get a depth call. Victoria Joswiak of Poland, 135 kilos.
Next will be Sadler Barker followed by Taylor Peckover.
And now she stands it up. What do the referees have to say about that? 2-1, a good lift. I was a little worried from that front angle where she gets the depth call actually, but let's look from the side where you can usually tell better. And I think she'll be okay with that. We now have Tiggy Sadler-Barker of Australia, 137.5 kilos. Wow, nice and easy for Tiggy. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada opening on 145 kilos. A lot of these ladies very new to the sport and with incredible numbers. And it's a bit of a fight on the way up, but she manages to pull through. And 2-1, a good lift. Gets a blue call from the left-hand side referee. Let's just have a look here. This is the side that gave the blue. And the bar stopped, but I don't believe it went down whatsoever. So I think she'll be okay. Now our final opening attempt of the flight. We have Dorka Pal of Hungary opening on 152.5 kilos. The world sub-junior squat record currently stands at 171 kilos. She gave herself some racing stripes on her singlet there, and I can see why now. That was an extremely easy opener and a good lift.
Boosting from India, 107.5 kilograms, the new personal best again for an Indian athlete.
And that concludes our opening attempts with all 12 athletes managing to put a squat on the board and can continue to grow their total from here. Annika Justin of India jumping to 107.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump from her opener. And still lovely and deep there, but unfortunately just drops down during the fight there, so the spotters and loaders took it. And a good thing too, it looks like she was going to try and continue push through there, and it would have just been a waste of energy when she can retake it on her third.
Next will be Junior Shi, followed by Hajiwara.
110 kilos for Daniela Fadner of Czechia. And moving nice and steadily there. It is a good lift.
The bar is loaded. Next will be Hajiwara, followed by Bandar
120 kilos on the bar for Adele Gyongyosi of Hungary. 7.5 kilo jump, and already will be a 5 kilo personal best for Adele should she get this. Ooh, and a bit of a sticking point in the middle, but stands up and works through it really well. And 2-1, a good lift. Just gets a depth call from the center referee. But both side referees happy with the depth, and that's usually where you get a better view of it. It's usually quite hard from the front to be able to tell, unless it's extreme either way, whether it's to depth. Takako Hagiwara of Japan jumps to 122.5 kilos for her second attempt. And it still is moving really nicely for Takako. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Rochelle Vandermerve of South Africa, 130 kilos, taking a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. And still moving really well there. Waiting for the referee's lights, but I can't imagine there was too much wrong with that.
And the bar is loaded for Katerina Blahova.
We now have Katerina Blahova of Czechia. And it was a good lift for Van der Merwe. Experiencing some technical issues here with the lights.
Now moving to Katerina Blahova.
Blahova keeps herself at a high energy level there, waiting to take the bar. Fantastic show from Katerina there to be able to maintain the energy and focus. And I hope it hasn't distracted her too much. She keeps herself hyped up there on the side. And the bar is loaded for her. 135 kilos for Katerina Blahova of Czechia. Wow. And still moving so quickly. And having to wait didn't shake her. Fantastic composure from Katerina Blahova there. And that was a good lift for Katerina. We have Nelly Kang of Estonia, 135 kilos, a 10-kilo jump from her opener. Ooh, and she is fighting and can't quite get through that sticking point in the middle there. Wondering if 10 kilos was maybe a bit ambitious there. Jumping to her current squat PB. Absolutely stuck in that middle position, but has a third attempt at it. Amelia Gherkin of the United States, 137.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. A bit of a fight on the way up, but stands it up. And it is a good lift for Amelia. Victoria Joświak of Poland, 140 kilos, a 5-kilo jump from her opener. And it looks good. 3 white lights, a good lift. Tiggy Sadler-Barker of Australia, jumping 10 kilos to 147.5 for her second attempt. approaching double body weight almost here on her second attempt. And it looks good. 3 white lights, a good lift for Tiggy. Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada, projected in first overall here in the sub-juniors, jumps 5 kilos to 150 kilos for her second attempt. Wow, incredibly deep and still moves so fast. A good lift for Abigail. Check this depth out. We move on to our final second attempt now, and we have Dorka Pal of Hungary, jumps 10 kilos to 162.5 kilos. Less than 10 kilos below the current world sub-junior record belonging to Francini Asia of Italy. She's been told to re-rack the bar. I think she needs to stand more upright. She still has 20 seconds to get the start command. Plenty of time. Gets the squat command. Ooh. I'm just wondering if the spotters and loaders took it before it moved down there. Let's have a look again. Unfortunately, if she was to retake it, it would be straight away, as that already is the end of the flight. And that would just zap her energy. Now she has her third attempt to give that a go. We move straight through to third attempts. And we have Anika Justin of India retaking 107.5 kilos. And that is 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from the left-hand side referee. We can see the side that she gets the depth call on here. $112.5 kilos for Daniela Fadna of Czechia. A 2.5 kilo jump from her second. And 3 white lights, a good lift, and a perfectly called third attempt there, I think. $125 kilos for Adele Gyongyosi of Hungary. A 5 kilo jump from her second. Oh, really tries there to push through, but unfortunately it's not quite there. Let's just watch that on the replay again quickly. I think it did dip down before they took it, just there. Yeah, but she tries to keep pushing through. 127.5 kilos for Takako Hagiwara of Japan. 5 kilo jump from their second. And it's pushing through. Wow, a great fight, but unfortunately a little bit too heavy today for Hagiwara. But she seems in great spirits about it. We have just 8 squats remaining before moving through to the 76-kilo junior women. Janelle Kang of Estonia, 135 kilos, retaking it after not quite getting it on her second. Oh, a great fight from Kang. And 2-1, a good lift. Gets a depth call from the right-hand side. But I think she'll be okay there. We have Rochelle van der Merwe of South Africa, 135 kilos. Wow, what a third attempt it was. 3 white lights, a good lift. Katerina Blahova of Czechia, 140 kilos. For her third and final attempt, a 5-kilo jump from her second. Wow, and it looked easy. What do the referees say? 2-1, a good lift. She does get called for depth from the right-hand side, and the jury are reviewing it. But I think she'll be okay there. And she is. It remains a good lift. Amelia Gherkin of the United States jumps 5 kilos to 142.5 for her third and final attempt. Wow, oh, unfortunately, one side was just pushing up harder and faster than the other. And it seems like her right side couldn't keep up. Not quite there today for her, unfortunately, but it seems it will be very soon. 145 kilos for Victoria Jóźwiak of Poland. currently sitting in projected 4th overall with the same total as Sadler Barker of Australia. It'll be a close race to the podium between the two of them. So every kilo is going to count. Wow, and it's deep, and she pushes through that sticking point. 3 white lights, a good lift. And what an incredible final attempt for Yoshviak. 3 squats remaining. We have Tiggy Sadler Barker of Australia, 152.5 kilos, looking to stay in the fight for 3rd overall, and this would move her into squat silver for the time being, ahead of Taylor Peckover. And she's fighting through it. Oh, and it was so close, but unfortunately not quite there today for Tiggy. But she had full support of the crowd here. She was so close to breaking through that sticking point, but not quite. We now have our favorite to win overall in a considerable lead, and looking to increase that by 5 kilos, Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada takes 155 kilos for a spin in an attempt to move herself into squat gold. Wow, and she does it with ease. I think that was the quickest of the 3 lifts. 3 white lights, a good lift for Taylor Peckover with energy left to spare. – 162.5 kilos now, our final squat of this first flight. Dorka Pal of Hungary. And she fights it up. She ran out of time last time. We got very close to it. Oh, unfortunately, it is not deep enough, and I was a little bit worried about that. Yeah, it's just too high, unfortunately. But she still walks away with squat silver, with Taylor Peckover of Canada in gold, and Sadler Barker of Australia with squat bronze. We move straight through to the 76 kilo junior women. And this will be a flight of 15. There are some big opening squats here. The world junior squat record is 210 kilos. And I'm sure you'll see the size of some of these openers. Katrina Connolly of Ireland, 120 kilos. This is her final year as a junior. And that looked like easy weight for Katrina. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Katrina is the lightest, the second lightest in the class, weighing in at 70.4 kilos. Our lightest being Burton of Italy at 69.92. We have Alexandra Opiola of Poland opening on 140 kilos. And it looked good. 3 white lights, a good lift. We have Leanne Jackson of Australia opening on 140 kilos. Wow, and that looked like easy work for Leanne. Already opening 5 kilos above her squat PB. And that is a good lift.
For the 23rd year athlete, second year competing 150 kilograms as a personal best.
142.5 kilos for Ava Foley of Ireland. Wow, another easy looking opening attempt, and 3 white lights, a good lift. Some big opening squats here, and more to come with 11 yet to take that opening attempt. 145 kilos for Lucy Petarova of Czechia. 'And that was nice and quick. Again, 3 white lights, a good lift. I'm seeing a lot of nice, easy openers here, giving them plenty of room to grow into their second, but securing themselves a squat nice and early. Nine Walls of Canada, 157.5 kilos. Just 5 kilos below Anne's best. Wow, lightning fast. Another easy opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
The bar is loaded for the 23rd year athlete fall. The 2 years competing at a squat personal best of 170.
162.5 kilos for Femke Plug of the Netherlands. Plenty of time to get that start command. 30 seconds on the clock. And it is a good lift. This is exactly what we want to see in opening attempts. No drama, nothing unexpected, just nice, easy, strong opening attempts.
The bar is loaded for the Norwegian athlete with 22 years young, 6 years competing, and
165 kilos for Julian Sletnes of Norway.
over 2.
And it looks good. 3 white lights, a good lift for Sletnes.
Now it's Jessica King from United States. The bar is loaded at 172.5 kilograms.
172.5 kilos for Jessica Kinney of the United States. Some huge openers here today.
Followed by Mount Allen.
10.5 kilos below her squat PB of 183 kilos. A national record, I imagine, in the States. Wow, and squatting it with ease. 3 white lights, a good lift for Kinney.
Now, bar loaded, Kyla over 2.
172.5 kilos for Kayla Overchuk of Canada.
187.4 was the personal best. Next will be Mount Allen followed by Farah.
Wow, nice and easy. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, a good lift for Kayla. We now have Laura Mottelen of France opening on 175 kilos. It's going to be a close fight between Laura Mottelen of France and Georgia Silvia Burton of Italy for first place overall. Only 5 kilos separates them right now. And that moved really nicely for Laura. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a strong start to the day, which will be important when it comes to fighting for that gold overall.
178 kilograms is a personal best, which shall be a record. Next will be Rudy followed by Roland.
We have Dana Parra of Mexico, 175 kilos. Nice and deep, and it looked really good and strong. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Now Agnes Zulin from Sweden, 180 kilograms on the bar.
180 kilos on the bar for Agnes Rudin of Sweden. A well-seasoned athlete, 8 years of competing. This is her last year as a junior before she heads into the Opens. Wow, a snappy end to that opening attempt. And it is a good lift for Rudin.
Now moving here for Agnes Ruding from Sweden. The bar is loaded for Ellen Grönlund.
We have just 2 squats remaining on our opening attempts, and we are already at a crazy high weight here in the juniors. Ellen Grönlund of Finland, 182.5 kilos.
Then followed by Connolly and Opiola in the second series of events.
I believe she moved this opener up. She'll be fighting for 3rd place overall with Kinney of the United States. And it is strong. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Italy, 192.5 kilograms here. More than in her personal best of 188 in her opener. The bar is loaded for the Italian competitor. 22 years young, 1 year competing.
192.5 kilos on the bar for Georgia Sylvia Burton's opening attempt. May I remind you, the world junior squat record is 210 kilos, belonging to Vilma Olsen of Sweden. Wow, and it is looking strong. 3 white lights, a good lift. And with that, every lifter has an opening attempt on the board and can just add kilos from here. On to second attempts now. We have Katrina Connolly of Ireland jumping 10 kilos to 130 for her second attempt. Still moving nice and strong for Katrina. And 3 white lights, a good lift with room to spare for her third. A nice place to be. You do not want to empty the tank on your second with another attempt left to go. $147.5 kilos for Alexandra Opiola of Poland. 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. A matched squat PB. And it is work. She is so nearly out of there, and she locks it out. 3 white lights, a good lift. It would have been such a shame if she gave up at that last point of that sticking point. It's a really high sticking point there. She manages to push through it. Leanne Jackson of Australia jumping 10 kilos to 150 for her second attempt. Wow, and still moving really well for Leanne. 3 white lights, a good lift. It seems like her training must be going well for squats to look like that.
Now the bar is loaded. How about Polly? 152.5 kilograms here. The new personal best attempt for the Irish competitor.
152.5 kilos for Ava Foley of Ireland. Stands it up. And 2-1, that is a good lift. Gets a depth call from the left-hand side referee. And we'll see that in the replay from the side she gets the depth call from. But I think she'll be okay with that. That looked good to me. 152.5 kilos for Lucy Petarova of Czechia. 7.5 kilo jump from her first. A little bit more work, but it still looks good. And it is 3 white lights.
$165 here. New personal best attempt for the Canadian athlete. The bar is loaded. Next will be
165 kilos for Anne Walls of Canada. 7.5 kilo jump. A 2.5 kilo squat PB on her second, should she get this. And still moving at lightning speed. 3 white lights, a good lift for Anne Walls. 175 kilos now for Femke Ploeg of the Netherlands. And it's a bit of a fight, but she stands it up. And 2-1, a good lift. Julianne Sletnes of Norway now, 177.5 kilos. A 12.5 kilo jump from her opener. And that is a good lift for Sletnes. $180 kilos for Kayla Overchuk of Canada. 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. Some big squatters here in the 76s. Wow, still so good. Three white lights.
Now the bar is loaded. 180, the same weight for Dana Para from Mexico now.
180 kilos remains in the bar for Dana Para of Mexico.
By King.
2 kilos over the record she holds in Mexico. And that is a good lift for Dana. She's not going to want to cut it any higher than that though. But for now, she is doing excellently. 182.5 kilos for Laura Madeleine of France. 7.5 kilo jump. Takes her into squat silver for the time being, with 4 lifters to follow before moving on to third and final attempts. And it looks good. 3 white lights, a good lift for Laura. Trying to collect all the kilos she can. Burton pulls ahead in squats, but Madeleine of France has a considerably bigger bench, and their deadlifts are pretty similar. 182.5 kilos for Jessica Kinney of the United States, a 10 kilo jump from her opener, and this moves her into silver in squats for the time being. Fantastic job there from Jessica Kinney. 3 white lights, a good lift. And even from the front, that looked lovely and deep. 190 kilos for Agnes Ruden of Sweden, a 10 kilo jump from her opener. Moves nicely. She smiles at the top. And so she should. Puts her in a great position heading into third attempts. We just wait for one of the lights from the referees. I can't imagine anything wrong with that squat though. 2 to 1, a good lift. There's a blue from the left-hand side referee. But it's a good lift, and the jury can't seem to see anything wrong with it. Ellen Grunlund of Finland, 192.5 kilos, pulling her back into silver for squats heading into third attempts. And it looks really strong. Amazing squat attempts from these ladies today. 3 white lights, a good lift for Ellen. We now have Georgia Silvia Burton of Italy, 200 kilos for her second attempt. Our lightest lifter of the flight at 69.92 kilos. With the heaviest squats, 10 kilos below the world junior record. Wow. And it looks good, maybe even better than her opener. And 2-1, it's a good lift. Gets a depth call from the left side referee, from the side we see here in the replay. But I think she'll be absolutely fine with that. And we move straight through now to our third attempt, with Georgia Silvia Burton leading the squats. 137.5 kilos for Katrina Connolly of Ireland. Katrina's got a big deadlift on her. Oh, and she's fighting through it, and she manages to. A fantastic effort. 3 white lights, a good lift. She goes 3 for 3 on her squats. $150 kilos for Alexandra Opiola of Poland. 2.5 kilo jump from her second. And she fights through the sticking point, but was it deep enough? Unfortunately not. I think cut a considerable amount of depth there as she got nervous about the 2.5 kilo PB that would have given her. But I think we'll be there next time for her, and it took until then to get a no lift. An incredible squat session here. 155 kilos for Ava Foley of Ireland, a 2.5 kilo jump from her second. And she pushes through the sticking point. Two to one, a good lift. Gets called on depth from the center referee. I think she'll be absolutely fine there. 155 kilos for Leanne Jackson of Australia. 5 kilo jump from her second. And she looks good for it. And she is. An easy breezy third attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift. 157.5 kilos for Lucy Petarova of Czechia. 5 kilo jump from her second. Skipping right over her current PB of 155 kilos. And she's fighting through the sticking point, but unfortunately can't quite win the fight. There's a no lift for Petarova. $172.5 kilos for Ann Walls of Canada. $7.5 kilo jump from her second. Wow, a great fight from Anne. The referees say 3 white lights, a good lift. A really strong squat session with only 2 missed lifts. Incredible. Femke Plug of the Netherlands, 180 kilos. And fight through that sticking point amazingly well. 180 kilos. Ooh, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. Gets called on deck from the center and side referee. And the coach goes over to the jury. It is sent away, unfortunately. 185 kilos for Jessica Kinney of the United States. A 2.5 kilo jump from her second. And she will be needing the kilos to fight for third overall if she can get there. Oh, and she is pushing. She stands it up. 3 white lights, a good lift. And puts the pressure on Grönlund. We have just 7 squats remaining. They are big. Julian Sletnes of Norway, 185 kilos. Doing an incredible job, especially considering she competed and did so well in the equipped earlier in the week as well. Wow, an incredible fight on that last attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift for Sletnes. $185 kilos for Kayla Overchuk of Canada. A 5 kilo jump from the second. Has been competing less than 1 year and still has 3 years left in the juniors. force to be reckoned with, it seems. Oh, unfortunately, not quite there today for Kayla, but an incredible effort nonetheless.
Next will be Dana, followed by Rudy.
We now wait for Laura Modelin of France to take 187.5 kilos for her third and final attempt, and the clock is running down. Is she coming out for this squat? She runs the risk of letting the gap open slightly between her and Burton. But it looks like she is not coming out for this squat. Now that does mean that she loses the 5 kilos she would have got by coming out for this squat. I'm wondering if they purposefully did that because her second squat did look good, but nonetheless she times out and it is a no lift. Dana Para of Mexico, 187.5 kilos for her third and final attempt, a 7.5 kilo jump from her second. Wow, a fantastic third attempt. And 3 white lights, a good lift for Dana Para of Mexico. We have just 3 squats remaining and all are 200 kilos and above. First out we have Agnes Rudin of Sweden, jumping 10 kilos to 200 for her third and final attempt. And this will pull her into squat silver ahead of Grönlund, and she's the lighter of the two, so she will stay there should she get this. And she fires it up. She nods halfway through. She was that confident with it on her back. 3 white lights, a good lift. 200 kilos for Agnes Rudin and squat silver. $200 kilos for Ellen Grönlund of Finland. Already has squat bronze. But this would sneak her ever so closer to silver overall. The gap is closing between the top 3. Every kilo counts. And she does it with considerable ease, it seems. 3 white lights, a good lift. and gets those extra kilos, which are going to come in so important, coming through to bench and deadlift. Now we have our last squat attempt of the 76 kilo session. Georgia Silvia Burton of Italy looking to take Vilma Olsen's record by 0.5 of a kilo. So for a new world junior squat record, Georgia Silvia Burton of Italy, 210.5 kilos. This would take away Vilma Olsen's squat record from Sun City last year. Oh, a good catch from the spotters and loaders. Unfortunately, not quite there today for Burton, but still walks away with squat gold nonetheless. And what an exciting squat session that was. And we will have a 10-minute break for you there before bench press. We'll have the sub-junior women up first, and in the second flight, we will have the junior women. Don't go anywhere. We will see you then.
don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Silly, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Threat, 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 threat. Silly, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
Hello and welcome back to the IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. We are counting down the clock now to start bench press for the 76 kilo sub-junior women. The following flight will be the 76 kilo junior women. And here we see them get so much closer to securing a total overall. And kicking us off, we have Annika Justin of India, opening on 37.5 kilos.
I'm inviting the jury members to their positions.
Nice, easy opener there. And a good lift. Takako Hagiwara of Japan, opening on 60 kilos. And that is a good lift. Katerina Blahova of the Czech Republic, 62.5 kilos for her opening attempt. And that looked like nice, easy weight. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next is Rochelle 62.5 kilograms, South Africa.
62.5 kilos for Rochelle van der Merwe of South Africa. And that is a good lift. Let's hope there's as little drama in their bench openers as we saw in their squat openers.
Victoria Jóźwiak.
Victoria Jóźwiak of Poland, 65 kilos. Ooh. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure what happened there. Let's watch again in the replay. I would hope it wasn't a strength issue. And it looked too quick to be one, really. At least on the opening attempt. I'm wondering if she just lost position or her shoulder slipped, but she has another try of it, and I am hoping it is not a strength issue, as I would hope that the coaching team would catch that during her warm-ups. 65 kilos for Dorka Pal of Hungary. Coaches have until a few minutes before liftoff to increase or decrease openers. Ooh, another lifter struggling there on that opening attempt. Let's just watch that here again. Yeah, and it seems like maybe she just flared her elbows a bit too early there, so perhaps that could be a technical fix. 65 kilos for Amelia Gherkin of the United States. That looked nice and easy. 2-1, a good lift. A depth call from the center referee. Now let's have a look at that from that angle. Yeah, and when you tuck, it is a lot harder to tell elbow depth. I'll explain in a moment what that means when I say elbow depth. But first up, we have Daniela Vadna of Czechia, 72.5 kilos. And that is a good lift. So when I say elbow depth, it means that the elbow joint should be parallel with or below the middle part of the shoulder. The shoulder joint, should I say. Janelli Kang of Estonia opening on 75 kilos. And that is a good lift. Tiggy Sadler Barker of Australia opening on 80 kilos. Currently projected 4th overall. Not unreasonable to think she could sneak on the podium overall, especially with an opener looking like that. That is a good lift for Tiggy. Adele Gyongyosi of Hungary opening on 87.5 kilos. was nice and easy for Adele, and a good lift. We now move on to our final opening attempt before moving through to seconds. Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada, 92.5 kilos. A big opening bench for the 18-year-old. Her last year in the sub-juniors. Wow, and moving it like that. 3 white lights, a good lift. And that concludes our opening attempts with just Pal of Hungary and Józwiak of Poland struggling to get an opening attempt in, but have a second try at that now, here in their second. First up we have Annika Justin of India, 45 kilos. And that is a good lift for Annika. Katerina Blahova of Czechia, 65 kilos, 2.5 kilo jump from her opener. And it's still looking strong. 3 white lights, a good lift. A nice high rib cage there. We now have Victoria Józwiak of Poland. Missed 65 kilos on her opener. And after her opener, I couldn't tell you why. And I'm hoping it wasn't a strength issue. But I'm sure in the next few seconds, all will be revealed. And that looked worlds better. A different bench altogether. 3 white lights, a good lift. And on the board. Which begs the question, what happened on our opener? Maybe just touched too high up or too low down. In a similar position, Dorka Pal of Hungary, 65 kilos. Missed it on her opener, and it was hard to see why. But in contention for an overall medal. But needs a bench press on the board first. And again, that looked like a completely different bench press. 2-1, a good lift. She gets called for depth from the center referee, saying her elbows are too high. And it's hard to tell, like I said, if depth is met from that front position if the lifter is tucking. I think the jury agree with that. 65 kilos for Takako Hagiwara of Japan. really strong effort there. And a good lift.
kilograms.
67.5 kilos for Rochelle van der Merwe of South Africa. Oh, it's a bit of a push, but she manages to lock it out. And 3 white lights, a good lift. $70 kilos for Amelia Gherkin of the United States, a 5 kilo jump from her opener. A great fight after a really quick descent to her chest. And 2-1, a good lift. There's a depth call from the center referee. And a similar issue to before, it's really hard to tell when the elbows are tucked down by the sides. Daniela Fadrina of Czechia, 75 kilos. And it still is looking strong. 3 white lights, a good lift. Like, imagine another 2.5 kilo jump to a third. $80 kilos now for Janelle Kang of Estonia. Oh, she is fighting it through and manages to get it up after what looks like a standstill. 3 white lights, a good lift for Kang. Wow, an incredible fight there. 85 kilos for Tiggy Sadler-Barker of Australia. Currently sat in bench press bronze, sorry. Wow, and still super speedy there. 3 white lights, a good lift. And she looks like she's having loads of fun here. And that's what it's all about. Competing, but enjoying the time you spend on the platform. 95 kilos for Adele Gyongyosi of Hungary. 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. And it moved well. 3 white lights, a good lift. 97.5 kilos on the bar for Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada. 5 kilo jump from her opener. Wow, looking strong. And that pulls her into bench press gold. Heading into third attempt for bench. This is a huge bench press. And she is a sub-junior lifter. Absolutely incredible. We move now to the third and final attempt. 47.5 kilos for Annika Justin of India. Just a bit too heavy today, unfortunately. That is a no lift.
Up next, Katerina Blachova from the Czech Republic. The bar is broken.
67.5 kilos for Katerina Blachova of Czechia. Oh, a bit too heavy today, unfortunately.
The bar is broken for Dorka Hungary. 67.5 kilos.
67.5 kilos for Dorka Pal of Hungary. Missed her opener, and I wasn't sure what it was on. It must have been a technical error because it just didn't really move. Came back and got it on her second. Has now jumped 2.5 kilos to her third. And that is a good lift.
From Japan, trying 67.5 kilograms. The bar is loading.
$67.5 kilos for Takako Hagiwara of Japan. Oh, she is fighting, but it's just too heavy for her today, unfortunately.
The bar is now open for Victoria Wozniak, Poland, 70 kilograms.
Victoria Joszwiak of Poland missed 65 kilos in her opener. Fixed up some technique issues, it seems, for her second. Got it and is now jumping 5 kilos to 70 for her third and final attempt on bench. And again, it moves well. 3 white lights, a good lift. 72.5 kilos for Rochelle van der Merwe of South Africa. Fantastic fight from Rochelle. And it is a good lift. We have just 6 benches remaining before we move straight through to the junior women. So don't go anywhere. Amelia Gherkin of the United States now, 72.5 kilos. A 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Ooh, unfortunately does not budge off the chest. Not there today, unfortunately for Amelia.
The bar is loaded.
77.5 kilos for Daniela Faduna of Czechia. Oh, and it's a good fight. She locks it out. 3 white lights, a good lift. Very strong end to bench there.
Almost. The bar is loaded. 82.5 kilograms for Janet Fadler.
Janeli Kang of Estonia, 82.5 kilos. Her final bench, a 2.5 kilo jump. Just too heavy today, unfortunately. Now currently sat projected second overall on body weight, Tiki Sadler-Barker of Australia, attempting 90 kilos. Already walking away with bench press bronze. This will give her the added kilos to fight for that silver medal overall. Oh, and it looked easy for her. 3 white lights, a good lift. She is having the time of her life. Our penultimate bench, Adele Gyongyosi of Hungary, attempting 100 kilos. A huge milestone for any lifter, let alone a sub-junior lifter. This will move her into bench press gold with Taylor Peckover to follow. Unfortunately, not quite there today for Adele. Still walks away with bench press silver, however. We now have Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada jumping 5 kilos to 102.5, right over the 100 kilo milestone. Now she doesn't need all of these extra kilos as she is so far in the lead, but perhaps looking for a personal milestone with the 5 kilo jump. And her second looked really strong. Unfortunately, the 5 kilos was just a little bit too much for her today. Perhaps 100 would have been a better jump, but hindsight is 2020. And that concludes our sub-junior benches. And as you can see, leading into the deadlifts, this is where they stand. We move straight through now to the 76 kilo junior women. And first up, we have Kayla Overchuk of Canada, opening on 77.5 kilos. Nice, strong looking opener for Kayla. And 3 white lights, a good lift. .5 kilos for Anne Walls of Canada. Her opening attempt, opening just 2.5 kilos below her current bench press PB. Wow, lightning fast opener there for Anne. And that is a good lift. .80 kilos on the bar for Alexandra Opiola of Poland. It's a little bit hard for an opener, but she manages to lock it out. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Hoping it was just a little bit of nerves or a positional error there, because it was a little bit slow for an opener. .80 kilos on the bar now for Katrina Connolly of Ireland. Nice, easy looking opener there for Katrina, and it is a good lift. Katrina's PB is 87 kilos, I believe. And now followed by Ava Foley of Ireland, opening on 82.5 kilos with a bench press PB of 89.5. So imagine there's a battle between the two of these lifters at Irish Nationals. Where Foley leads in squats, I imagine Connolly pulls away in deadlifts. Wow, that was a lovely looking opener. 3 white lights, a good lift. Lucy Petarova of Czechia opening on 82.5 kilos. And that is a good lift. Moving well. Exactly how you want an opener to look. Julianne Sletnes of Norway opening on 90 kilos. Nice, easy opener. Sletnes, 3 white lights, a good lift.
Belt
90 kilos on the bar for Femke Ploeg of the Netherlands. And that is a good lift. Giorgia Silvia Burton of Italy, 97.5 kilos for her opening attempt. Just missed out on the world junior squat record on her 3rd attempt squat. Hoping to make up those kilos here in bench. It's a nice, easy opener. 3 white lights, a good lift. $102.5 kilos for Leanne Jackson of Australia. Six women in this flight opening over 100 kilos. Wow, lightning speed there. 3 white lights, a good lift from Leanne. And I can only imagine she'll take a pretty big jump to her second based on how quick that moved. It looked pretty conservative. Agnes Rudin of Sweden taking 107.5 kilos, as will the 3 following lifters. There'll be a big fight for bench press medals here. The lightest of which taking this weight will be Kinney of the United States. Wow, lovely and quick there for Agnes. And it is a good lift. Now the reason I bring up body weight is because should 2 lifters lift the same weight, or more than 2 lifters, then the lifter with the lightest body weight will then walk away with the medal. 107.5 kilos for Ellen Gronlund of Finland. Currently projected 3rd overall, but Kinney is sneaking up on her. Both with very similar benches and deadlifts. Same openers on both, in fact. And that was nice and speedy. And a good lift.
Next,
107.5 kilos now for Jessica Kinney of the United States. The lightest of the lifters to take this weight, as I mentioned before. So if it comes down to it, Kinney will walk away with a medal if they lift the same weight. And that was nice and easy. 3 white lights, a good lift. Our penultimate bench press opener, we have Dana Para of Mexico opening on 107.5 kilos. And another opener moving really nicely. 3 white lights, a good lift. Now it looks like the other 3 lifters who took 107.5 for that opener have all jumped to 112.5. So it'll be interesting to see if Para follows suit there. Laura Mortelin of France opening on 125 kilos. A huge opening attempt here. The World Junior and World Open record being at 153, belonging to Agata Sitko of Poland. Wow. 2 red plates aside and a fantastic opening attempt. 3 white lights. It's interesting that she has chalk on the inside of her knees there to help push her legs into the bench, I would imagine, and help her leg drive and position. And that concludes our opening attempts with every lifter in the flight getting a bench press in. We have Kayla Overchuk of Canada jumping to 82.5 kilos for her second attempt. So a little bit of work, but she locks it out, and it is a good lift for Kayla.
Canada, 82.5 kilograms, a personal best in that year. The bar is loaded. That will be a Piola followed
82.5 kilos for Anne Walls of Canada. I also imagine their nationals is very tight in the 76s. A lovely looking second attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Now we're moving to the Piola. Alexandra from Poland. The bar is loaded. 85 kilograms here, 2.54. That earned 4 more personal bests. So new PR attempt here.
85 kilograms for Alexandra Opiola of Poland. Ooh, it's hard, and she's trying to push through, but it's just too heavy for her today, unfortunately. And I think I remember saying on her opener it looked a little bit tough for an opening attempt. She has another try of that on her third attempt, should she choose to come out for it. Katrina Connolly of Ireland now jumping to 85 kilos for her second attempt. Ooh, it is a bit of work, but she locks it out. And that is a good lift. Just 2 kilos below her current bench press PB.
87.5 kilograms. Next will be Fedorova followed by Flug.
Eva Foley of Ireland, 87.5 kilos, 2 kilos below her 89.5 kilo PB. And that is a good lift.
Now we're moving to Lucy Fedorova from Czech Republic. The bar is loaded. 87.5 kilograms, a new personal best attempt here. Next we'll be having Flug followed by Slugmas.
Lucy Petarova of Czechia, 87.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from her opener. And that is a good lift for Lucy.
Next we'll be having Flug followed by Slugmas. The bar is loaded. 95 kilograms here from the athlete originating in Netherlands.
95 kilos now for Femke Plug of the Netherlands. 5 kilo jump from her opener. Bit of a fight on the way up there. Does a good job of locking it out, and it is a good lift for Femke.
Now, Julian Stolles from Norway, 97.5 kilograms. Next will be accompanied by Jackson, the back is loaded.
Julian Sletnes of Norway jumping 7.5 kilos to 97.5 for her second attempt. Three white lights, a good lift for Sletnes. Just 2.5 kilos below her bench press PB of 100. 102.5 kilos for Georgia Silvia Burton of Italy. Over half of the lifters attempting 100 kilos at least here in this flight. Some absolutely massive benches here. And they're still moving pretty well there. Three white lights, a good lift. Leanne Jackson of Australia jumping 7.5 kilos to 110 for her second attempt. Just 7.5 kilos below her current bench press PB. Let's see how this moves. Wow, and still super speedy there. Three white lights, a good lift. And interestingly enough, all the lifters that opened on 107.5 kilos jumped 5 kilos to 112.5. The first of which we have Agnes Ruden of Sweden taking 112.5 kilos. Wow, and still moving really nicely. Three white lights, a good lift for Agnes.
Next we'll be having Ellen Gordon from Finland, 112.5 kilograms of bar is loaded. Let's cheer her up as she's meeting her personal best here.
112.5 kilos remains on the bar for Ellen Gronlund of Finland. And three white lights, a good lift for Ellen.
For the US athlete, next will be
Jessica Kinney of the United States, 112.5 kilos. And just a reminder, the lightest of the four lifters taking the same weight. So this will pull her into silver medal position in the bench press. Slows down a little bit. It's still a good lift.
Jessica getting barely. Dana Parra from Mexico, 112.5 kilograms here. Near personal best for the Mexican athlete.
112.5 kilos for Dana Parra of Mexico. Just asking there for a handout from the spotter. Oh, and it is a fight, but she locks it out. Is it a good lift? It is. 3 white lights, a good lift for Parra. We now have our second attempt from Laura Martelin of France, 130 kilos. Her bench press PB is 145.5, a huge bench. And wow, still looks so easy for her. 3 white lights, a good lift. And that concludes our second attempt. We move straight through to the third attempts for these lifters before a 10-minute break heading into deadlifts. Aleksandra Opiola of Poland missed 85 kilos in her second, retaking it now here on her third. Just seemed a bit heavy there on her second. Oh, and it's a good fight, but unfortunately, it's just too heavy. $85 kilos for Kayla Overchuk of Canada. He's been competing less than a year and already showing incredible strength. Walking away with the 180 kilo squat and attempting 85 kilos here on her third bench. It's a good fight, but she just gets stuck in the middle there, unfortunately. But she's still smiling, and her spirits are high. And opening on 200 kilos, I would be smiling too. We have Anne Walls of Canada, 85 kilos. 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Wow. A little bit of trouble, went side to side, but actually, all in all, it looked like a good third attempt. It wasn't even that slow, really. 87.5 kilos for Katrina Connolly, 0.5 of a kilo below her current bench press PB. And it's a fight, but she is pushing through it. And that is a good lift.
The bar is loaded.
90 kilos now for Ava Foley of Ireland. And she's fighting. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a couple of fighters there in Ireland pushing through their final attempts.
The bar is loaded. 90 kilograms here and 8 personal best attempt. Next will be Fleur, followed by Slotna.
90 kilos for Lucy Petrova of Czechia. 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy for Lucy today.
Next will be Fleur from Netherlands. The bar is loaded. 97.5 kilograms. 8 personal best attempt.
97.5 kilos for Femke Ploeg of the Netherlands. Unfortunately, just a bit too heavy for Femke there. The next 8 attempts will all be 100 kilos and higher. And first of which we have Julianne Sletnes of Norway, 100 kilos. Oh, it is a fantastic fight. And she locks it out, and I think that's good. 3 white lights, a good lift.
And a near personal best. The bar is loaded. Next will be Guinea, followed by Para.
105 kilos for Georgia Silvia Burton of Italy. Oh, it's a fantastic fight, but it's just a little bit too heavy.
And the good leaves, no good leaf here for Georgia Silvia Bertrand. Unfortunately now, 45 minutes for the United States
Kenny of the United States is desperately trying to catch up to the platform. The third overall, where Burton is currently sat. Jessica Kinney of the United States currently sat in bench press silver, attempting 115 kilos. And she is fighting it up, manages to lock it out. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. She's now not the lightest, however, taking that weight, with Leanne Jackson of Australia taking it and being a slightly lighter body weight. We have Dana Parra of Mexico jumping 2.5 kilos to 115, and this will pull her into bench press bronze for the time being, should she get this. Unfortunately, just a bit too heavy. Her second was a real big grind, and she did a great job walking away with 112.5 kilos. $115 kilos for Leanne Jackson of Australia to pull her into bench press silver for the time being, with Rudin and Grunland to follow. Left arm locks out before the right, but both lock out. The bar did not move down. 3 white lights, a good lift, and she moves into silver position in bench for the time being. $117.5 kilos for Agnes Rudin of Sweden. This will move her into silver position in bench press. And if she gets this, that is where she'll stay. This is to move her ahead of Leanne Jackson of Australia. Wow, and she did it with ease. 3 white lights, a good lift for Agnes. She threw her hands up and said, "Told you so." Just 2 bench presses left. Ellen Gronlund of Finland, 117.5 kilos to pull her into bronze medal position in bench press. And also slightly close the gap between her and Mortelen heading into deadlifts. She is fighting, but it's just a little bit too heavy for her today. Now Laura has the chance to pull away slightly and increase the gap between them. To 10 kilos. Laura Mortelen of France, 135 kilos for her third and final bench press. takes her time and composes herself. And she is pushing through, but not for long because she locks it out, and 2-1. It is a good lift. Gets called for elbow depth on the left-hand side. I think it's very on the border, so she should be fine there. And very quickly, after the bench press, we have Laura. Oh, the jury has overruled it to a no lift for Laura. That 135 is now a no lift, but she still walks away with bench press gold with 130, with Agnes Ruden of Sweden in silver and Leanne Jackson of Australia in bronze. We will be heading into a 10-minute break now before deadlifts. Don't go anywhere.
Charlie Danger, I'm a threat. Silly, y'all don't know this Charlie Danger, I'm a threat. Threat, 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 threat. Silly, y'all don't know this Charlie Danger, I'm a threat.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. I am Amelia Potter, and this evening for you we have the 76 kilo Sub-Junior and Junior women. We are on to the deadlifts, where we are to find out who will walk away with gold, silver and bronze overall. This is where all of their hard work unfolds and the totals are completed. Kicking us off in the sub-juniors, we have Annika Justin of India opening on 110 kilos. Three white lights, a good lift, and an easy looking opener. She secures her total. Amelia Gherkin of the United States opening on 120 kilos, though nowhere to be seen. You can see the TC looking for her. I imagine this is probably just a timing issue. And here she comes with 28 seconds left to go. Luckily, it is the least demanding lift in terms of commands and just needs to get the down command before the time runs out. Looked a little bit hard, but sometimes happens with nature of having to rush a lift. Three white lights, a good lift. An important job of the coaching team, of course, is to keep tabs on the time and the lifter's placement. Daniela Fadna of Czechia, 135 kilos. And that is a good lift. And that is a good lift. 140 kilos for Tiggy Sadler-Barker of Australia, having an absolutely smashing day so far. And with that, secures her total. Tiggy currently sat on projected silver place overall, just on body weight. 145 kilos for Katerina Blahova of Czechia. And that is a good lift.
Next will be Yoshi Oleg, followed by Kong.
145 kilos for Rochelle van der Merwe of South Africa. And that is a good lift.
Bar loaded. Rochelle van der Merwe, South Africa, 160 kilograms personal best, 145 on the bar. Next will be Yoshi, followed by Kong.
Adele Yongesi of Hungary, 145 kilos. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next will be having Kong. Joining from Estonia, 155 kilograms, with a personal best of 170. Next will be Paul, followed by Yosia. Paris Mervin.
155 kilos for Janelle Kang of Estonia. Three white lights, a good lift. Dorka Pal of Hungary, 155 kilos. A little bit of trouble on the way up there, but manages to lock it out. And that is a good lift.
Starting with Justin.
162.5 kilos for Victoria Jóźwiak of Poland. Our penultimate opening attempt here on deadlifts. Three white lights, a good lift. She nods to her coach as if to say, yeah, put it on the bar. Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada, 165 kilos. And getting this would secure her total. She currently has a huge lead over the competition by about 30 kilos. 2-1, a good lift. Gets a blue call from the left-hand side referee there. Let's just watch from that angle. And I think it would have been for slight downwards movement, but I don't think there actually was any there. And with that, every single lifter secures a total with their opening attempt, and they can just build and grow from here. We move straight through now to second attempt. And kicking us off, we have Annika Justin of India, 120 kilos. Still nice and easy for Annika. 3 white lights, a good lift. Amelia Gergen of the United States, 125 kilos. Slow down a little there towards lockout. 2-1, a good lift. Gets a call from the left-hand side for insufficient lockout. This is the side that she got the red call from. Takako Hagiwara of Japan, 137.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump from her opener. Little trouble at lockout, but manages to do it anyway. 3 white lights, a good lift. Daniela Ferreira of the Czech Republic, 142.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. Still moving really nicely there. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yoshi.
150 kilos for Katerina Blahova of Czechia. Nice strong lockout at the end there and a good lift for Katerina.
Good move here for Katarina now. Far loaded. Biggest other bargain from Australia. 150 kilograms on the bar. New personal best from the Australian.
150 kilos for Tiggy Sadler-Barker. 3 white lights, a good lift. Pulls a face to say, that was a little bit of work.
155 kilograms, meeting her personal best. The bar is loaded. Next will be Manda
But it
Bergman.
looks good. 155 kilos for Adele Gyongyosi of Hungary. Struggling with the lockout, but she keeps pulling through and locks it out. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next we'll be having Manda Bergman followed by Kang and Paul. The bar is loaded. 160
Wow, a great effort.
personal best here.
Rochelle van der Merwe of South Africa, 160 kilos, a 15 kilo jump for the 17-year-old. A little bit of trouble there. And 2-1, a good lift. Gets called from the center referee for blue for, I think, assisting of the legs there. Just tips onto her tiptoes. And unfortunately, the jury have overruled that to a no lift. That is a no lift for Rochelle van der Merwe. Janelli Kang of Estonia, 165 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from her opener. Three white lights, a good lift. Dorka Pal of Hungary, 165 kilos. 16 years old. And incredibly strong. Locks it out. And that is a good lift. Victoria Joszwiak of Poland, 172.5 kilos. Little trouble at lockout, but manages to pull through. And that is a good lift for Victoria. Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada, 175 kilos for her second attempt. 3 red plates aside. A huge milestone, and she cannot be caught. That is a good lift. 3 white lights. And unless there is an absolute miracle pull from one of the other athletes, she will walk away the 76 kilo sub-junior world champion. But who will walk away with silver and who will walk away with bronze? The fight for that is a lot closer, with only 5 kilos between second and fifth. Annika Justin of India, 130 kilos. Added 10 kilos each time to her attempts. And she locks it out after a great fight. And 2-1, a good lift. Gets a blue from the right-hand side referee. I think she'll be okay there. 130 kilos remains on the bar for Amelia Gherkin of the United States. A 5-kilo jump from her second. Was it locked out? 2-1, a good lift. Center referee just saying it wasn't properly locked out, but let's have a look from the side where they got a white, and it looks a lot better from that angle for sure. 142.5 kilos for Takako Hagiwara of Japan. Can she lock it out? It looks like she does. But what do the referees say? 3 white lights, a good lift. And a strong end to the day for Hagiwara.
Next, we'll be having Flavova and followed by Southern Barker.
152.5 kilos for Daniela Fadna of Czechia. This is a 10-kilo jump from her second. Oh, and it is a fight. But she keeps it moving up and locks it out. And it is a good lift for Daniela. And a big smile to end the day. A job well done. Katerina Blahova of Czechia, 155 kilos for her third and final attempt. And she is pulling through. Wow, a fantastic final attempt. And it is a good lift. .5 kilos for Tiggy Sadler Barker, currently sitting in silver overall If she pulls this, Jóźwiak of Poland will need to pull 180 kilos. But Sadler-Barker is lighter. And unfortunately, it's just too heavy today. So now she can only sit and wait. And there's been an attempt change. And I haven't seen the attempt change come in yet. Adele Youngyosi of Hungary, 160 kilos. $5-kilo jump. And she is trying to get past that sticking point, but she is frozen. Just a little bit too heavy today, unfortunately. There's a no lift. So the attempt change was for Dorka Pau of Hungary, moved down to 167.5 kilos in an attempt to take silver from Sadler-Barker, as she is lighter. So should she pull this, she pulls into silver place overall. And it looks like she might. She locks it out. Looks at the lights, and they are white. She pulls into silver. And we've had another attempt change in. Van der Merwe of South Africa has moved up 2.5 kilos. And this is in an attempt to get deadlift bronze, with Kang of Estonia to follow. Her second lift got overturned, I believe. She's jumped 10 kilos in an attempt to get a deadlift medal. Wow. She is fighting and she locks it out, but what did the referee say? 3 white lights, a good lift, and she pulls into deadlift bronze for the time being. And the only person that can take that from her is Kang of Estonia. Victoria Jóźwiak of Poland is already in deadlift silver, but that is not what she's attacking here on her final attempt. 175 kilos would move Victoria into silver place overall from 4th. So it brings her not only onto the podium, but into silver. And she is pulling. Can she lock it out? She does, but I'm worried that she hitched it a little bit there. And unfortunately, she did. I was hoping my eyes were deceiving me. but she bounces the bar right there in an attempt to slide it up her legs. And so she just finishes shy of the podium. Now we have Nelly Kang of Estonia jumping 10 kilos to 175, 5 kilos above her deadlift PB. This will not only give her deadlift silver, but it will also give her silver overall. Ahead of Pal of Hungary. And she locks it out, but what do the referees say? 3 white lights, a good lift, and she pulls into silver position overall. And in the deadlifts. And we have just 1 deadlift remaining before heading through to the 76 kilo junior women. And it is Abigail Taylor Peckover of Canada. 185 kilos is on the bar for the 18-year-old. Already walking away with deadlift gold. Already walking away your 76 kilo sub-junior champion. This will finish her with a 437.5 kilo total. And she is pulling, but it's just too heavy today, unfortunately. She loses nothing by trying. She is your 76 kilo sub-junior champion. And in second, we have Kang of Estonia. And in third, we have Pal of Hungary. Don't you dare go anywhere. The excitement has only just begun. We head straight into the 76 kilo junior women to find out who walks away champion. And kicking us off, we have Alexandra Opiola of Poland with 150 kilos on the bar. There are some big opening attempts. If 150 is the lightest, you know you're in for a treat. And that is a good lift. With every successful deadlift we see here on the openers, we see the lifters secure their total. Ava Foley of Ireland, opening on 152.5 kilos. And that was speedy. 3 white lights, a good lift. $157.5 kilos for Lucy Petarova of Czechia. And that is a good lift. $165 kilos for Julianne Sletnes of Norway. That is a good lift.
Now, Barlow in Lee Jackson, Australia, 170 kilograms with a back lift of 180. Next, Walls, followed by Connolly.
170 kilos for Leanne Jackson of Australia. Wow, and a super easy opener. 3 weight lights, a good lift. Secures her total.
175 kilograms on the bar. The bar is loaded for the Canadian athlete with a personal best.
That, of course, was not Leanne, that was Sletnes.
Next will be Connolly, followed by
175 kilos for Anne Walls of Canada. Three weight lights, a good lift.
Next
180 kilos for Katrina Connolly. And that was a lovely looking opener. 3 white lights, a good lift. She said to me in the break, I hope I remember how to deadlift, and it looks like she did. And she remembered well.
will be Odin, followed by Verdun.
We have Dana Parra of Mexico, 185 kilos. And it was quick. 3 weight lights, a good lift.
From Sweden with a personal best of 203.
190 kilos for Agnes Rudin of Sweden. It's close between the top 4. That was a nice looking opening attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift.
That was a good lift for Agnes Rudin. Bar is loaded. Next will be Georgia Sylvia Berton.
Georgia Sylvia Burton of Italy, 190 kilos. Wow, and that was lightning quick. 3 white lights, a good lift. We have Femke Blug of the Netherlands, 190 kilos. Looks nice and steady. 3 white lights, a good lift. Says there that her deadlift PB is 206.6, which must be a technical error, as even with a chip, you can't chip by 0.6. 200 kilos for Kayla Overchuk of Canada. Four lifters in the juniors here, opening on 200 plus. 3 white lights, a good lift, and it seems like Canada provides some very strong 76 kilo deadlifters in the juniors and the opens, with the world open record being 261.5 kilos belonging to Jess Bittner of Canada. $202.5 kilos for Jessica Kinney of the United States. It looked good. 3 white lights. And Kinney's going to be fighting for podium. Our penultimate opening attempt. We have Ellen Gronlund of Finland, 205 kilos. And that is a good lift for Ellen. We have our final opening attempt. Laura Madeleine of France, 207.5 kilos. To secure her total. And that was super snappy. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a lovely efficient opener. It's worth mentioning as well, the world junior deadlift record is 240, belonging to Agata Sitko of Poland, as well as the world junior total record, 590.5. That concludes our opening round of deadlifts, with every single lifter making their first attempt and securing their total. And now it's time to build. It's time to find out who will walk away with what medal. Alexandra Opiola of Poland, 157.5 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. Oh, and she's working through it. 3 white lights, a good lift. Really interesting approach there, that she keeps her head down. Don't see that often. Not, at least not as far down as it is. But if it ain't broke. $165 kilos for Ava Foley of Ireland. 7.5 kilo jump. Still looks nice and easy, and it is a good lift. $165 kilos for Lucy Petrova of Czechia. And that is a good lift. Julianne Sletnes of Norway, 177.5 kilos. It's a bit of work, but she locks it out. And it's a good lift.
Julia
185 kilos for Anne Walls of Canada, a 10-kilo jump from her opener. This will already surpass her deadlift PB of 182.5. And she seems to do it with ease. 3 white lights, a good lift. Leanne Jackson of Australia jumps 15 kilos to 185. And that is a good lift. Not only are the lifts lightning fast, spotters and loaders are lightning fast. Before the lifter leaves the podium, the new weights are on the bar. $190 kilos for Katrina Connolly. A 10-kilo jump from her opener. 2.5 kilos below her current deadlift PB. And she's looking strong. 3 white lights and on track to surpass her PB in her third, I think. Dana Powder of Mexico, 197.5 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump from her opener. And it looks good. And I can't imagine anything wrong with that, but we wait for the lights anyway to confirm. And 3 white lights, a good lift. And just in time, we have Agnes Rudin of Sweden, 200 kilos. There's a quick misload there, so they're just fixing that. Good spot from the coach there. The minute resets, as it was a mistake of the spotters and loaders, not the lifters. 200 kilos for Agnes Rudin of Sweden. Three kilos below her current record in Sweden. Locks it out. It's fantastically patient with it off the ground, and it is a good lift. $202.5 kilos for Femke Ploeg of the Netherlands. A 12.5 kilo jump. When she breaks the ground, locks it out, and it is a good lift. It pays to be patient with sumo. We have seen people pull the bar for several seconds before it breaks the ground and still manage to lock it out. 205 kilos for Georgia Silvia Burton of Italy. Wow, and it is still moving quickly. That is a good lift. 210 kilos for Kayla Overchuk of Canada. 10-kilo jump from her opener. Can you believe she has been lifting for less than 1 year? Moving 210 kilos like that, I can't. 3 white lifts, 3 white lights, a good lift. Wow. Incredible work there from Kayla. Jessica Kinney of the United States jumps 10 kilos to 212.5 for her second attempt. Bit slower at lockout, but still a quick looking second. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
New personal best attempt here. Boris Lewin, next with the ground ball.
217.5 kilos for Ellen Gronlund of Finland. A 12.5 kilo jump. There's 10 kilos between first and fourth right now. First and fifth right now. Three white lights, a good lift. We now have our final second attempt. Laura Motelin of France, 220 kilos. Three white lights, a good lift, and puts her in a fantastic position moving into thirds. A huge advantage that she has the biggest pull, and so you can see how her competitors do before choosing that final deadlift and being able to change it twice should she need to. That concludes our second attempts, and with every lifter getting a first and second attempt in, they are doing everything they can to build those totals all the way until the end. We move into our third attempts now. 162.5 kilos for Alexandra Opiola of Poland. That is a good lift, a strong end to the day.
Next will be volley, followed by Julia Swedes from Norway.
Lucy Petrova of Czechia, 170 kilos on the bar for her final attempt. A 5-kilo jump from her second. This will give her a 2.5 kilo deadlift PB. Should she get this? She is fighting it up. Wow. An incredible effort. A fantastic last pull and a good lift. – 175 kilos on the bar for Ava Foley. 3 red plates aside. This is a huge milestone. Wow, a fantastic final pull from Ava. And it is a good lift. – 187.5 kilos for Julianne Sletnes of Norway. A 10-kilo jump from her second. Oh, unfortunately, just a little bit too much of a jump for her today. – 192.5 kilos for Anne Walls of Canada. 7.5 kilo jump from her second, and a huge PB for her should she get this. Wow, an amazing final attempt there. And it moved so fast. 3 white lights, a good lift. And I'm sure that 200 kilos will be hers soon, based off that. 195 kilos for Leanne Jackson of Australia. For her third and final attempt, a 10-kilo jump. A huge personal best should she get this. She breaks the ground. She is almost knocked out. What did the referees say? 3 white lights, a good lift. And a new personal best for Leanne, a huge deadlift. And again, I'm sure she'll be chasing that 200 soon. Speaking of chasing 200 kilos, we have Katrina Connolly of Ireland attempting 200 kilos on her third and final attempt. A huge final pull for the Irish lifter here. She breaks the ground and she is pulling. She keeps pulling, but unfortunately it evades her today. But what a valiant effort from Katrina there. We have just 8 deadlifts left, and we are already above 200 kilos. Dana Parra of Mexico, 202.5 kilos for her third and final attempt. 5-kilo jump. Jumping straight over that 200-kilo milestone. And it's moving, and she gets it with room left in the tank. 3 white lights, a good lift. 207.5 kilos now on the bar for Agnes Rudin, currently sat in bronze overall in the 76 kilo junior class. $7.5 kilo jump from her second. If she breaks the ground, it's likely she'll lock it out. She breaks the ground and she locks it out. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a strong end to the day for Rudin. Now she can just sit and wait to see if she will remain in bronze. We have Femke Plug of the Netherlands, 207.5 kilos for her third and final attempt to take a new record back to the Netherlands with her. For a new national record. She breaks the ground, but unfortunately, that is all she can do today. Just a bit too heavy for her, unfortunately, but still such a strong day for Plug, walking away with 202.5 kilos. We now have 220 kilos for Kayla Overchuk of Canada. A 10 kilo jump from her second, and this will pull her into deadlift silver for the time being. She has been competing for less than 1 year. She is so strong. Unfortunately, can't quite pull 220 today, but walks away with 210 kilos, which is absolutely incredible. $222.5 kilos for Georgia Silvia Burton of Italy. This will pull her into deadlift gold for the time being and third overall, ahead of Rudin on body weight. She breaks the floor, but unfortunately, it's just a bit too much for her today. It was a 17.5 kilo jump. We have just 3 deadlifts remaining, and we've had an attempt change. I'm watching that come in. And France has gone to 225 kilos to put her ahead of Grönland on body weight. They've gone to 227.5 kilos to make Grönland pull first, and also to make Modlin uncatchable. If she gets it, Grönland has already had 2 deadlift changes, so they can't make any more changes to their deadlift. A very tactical play from France there. Ellen Grönland of Finland, 225 kilos, pulls her into deadlift gold, but more importantly into gold overall, ahead of Laura Mortelin of France. 225 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump, and it is moving. Can she lock it out? Unfortunately, she can't today, which means that France walk away with the gold medal. We have 2 deadlifts remaining. We have Jessica Kinney of the United States, and I said don't keep Kinney out of the race. And here she is, 225 kilos for her 3rd and final attempt for deadlift gold and for bronze overall. She's broken the ground. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too heavy for her today. But what a fantastic effort. Which leaves Agnes Rudin of Sweden in bronze, Gronlund of Finland in silver. Laura Mortelin of France already walks away, your 76 kilo junior champion. But to add 7.5 kilos to that total, to get a nice round 540, 227.5 kilos on the bar for Laura Mortelin of France to finish the day strong. Your new 76 kilo junior world champion pulls one more time. And she locks it out. Ladies and gentlemen, your new 76 kilo junior world champion. She didn't know until just then whether she won or not. What an emotional end for Laura there, and a fantastic session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Walking away, your 76 kilo champion, Laura Mortelin of France. In silver, Ellen Gronlund of Finland. And in bronze, Agnes Rudin of Sweden. What a close race it was all the way through. Thank you for joining me here today for the 76 kilo women. We'll be going through to the medal ceremony very shortly and have the 83 kilo sub-junior men start at 6:30. See you then.
place, 90 kilograms. Silver medal. Next we have Powerlifting from Hungary, 95 kilograms on the bar. Your second place and silver medal. And now finally, Abigail Taylor Packover from Germany. Let's congratulate them and let's move to deadlifts. Now we started with Victoria Jozia from Poland. 172.5 kilos that getting a bronze medal, third place. Next, Janet Khan from Estonia, second place, 175 kilos that get her silver. And finally, Abigail Taylor Packover from Canada. First place at Euro with 175 kilos. And now let's see the Turcos. And Turco Paul from Hungary will get third place, bronze medal with 387.5 kilos. We'll have Janet Khan from Estonia, second place, 290, and a silver medal. And we'll have Abigail Taylor Packover that dominated this category. World champion for sub-junior 76 category in Russia 2023 IPF Worlds. Now, please all raise for the national anthem of Canada. Congratulations to them all, and we'll start shortly after a short break with third series of the day. Congratulations again. No, juniors category now, sorry. The rest for juniors will start with 76 category juniors and we'll have squats. Third place, Ellen Grolo from Finland, 200 kilograms and bronze medal. Agnes Ruling from Sweden, 200 kilograms by the lower body weight.
Don't that feet! Don't that feet!
And finally now, Georgia Silvia Berton, 200 kilograms again. Highest place here in gold for the lower body weight. So we have all the
Don't that feet!
congratulations and let's move for the total. And in the total, we have Agnes Rudi from Sweden, 525 kilograms, third place and bronze medal. We have Ellen Gronlund, Finland, 540 kilograms. And we have Laura Magnol, France, 540 kilos. Going in front of here. World champion. Let's give her a picture. Please all rise for the national anthem of France.
Everybody, please.